Welcome to Dreamland Serenity, a place where your mind can relax and your spirit can find peace. Tonight, we invite you on a gentle journey into a world of hope, resilience, and transformation. As you listen, allow yourself to unwind and feel the soothing rhythm of each word, letting go of the day's worries. In this story, we'll meet Douglas, a man who, despite having little, still finds a way to give and care for others. His journey is a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the light of hope can shine brightly. Now close your eyes, take a deep breath, and allow this story to carry you into a peaceful and restful slumber. The Light of Hope. Douglas sat on the edge of an old stone bridge, his feet dangling above a quiet stream that reflected the city lights like scattered stars. His hazel eyes, framed by lines carved from years of struggle, wandered over the skyline. The city of Elmhurst was alive with its usual nighttime buzz, car horns, distant chatter, and the hum of streetlights. Yet here, in his little corner beneath the bridge, there was stillness. The crisp evening air carried the faint aroma of freshly baked bread from a bakery blocks away, mingling cruelly with the dull ache of hunger in his stomach. But Douglas, ever the optimist, smiled to himself. "At least the night smells sweet," he murmured, his voice gravelly yet warm. His graying hair fell in unkempt tufts around his face, and his wiry frame bore the marks of years without comfort. His coat, patched together from scraps he had found, hung loosely on his shoulders. It wasn't much, but it was his armor against the world. Despite his circumstances, there was an undeniable kindness in his expression, a glimmer of hope that never seemed to fade. Douglas had learned to survive on the city's leftovers. He scavenged what he could from dumpsters behind restaurants and accepted kindness from strangers when it was offered. But he gave more than he took. A piece of bread found in the trash might become a meal for a hungry child he passed on the street. An old blanket discovered in an alley would be draped over someone more vulnerable than himself. Life has its beauty, he often reminded himself, even when it's hard to see. This was a phrase Douglas lived by. Each morning, he greeted the rising sun as a gift. Each kind smile from a stranger was a blessing. His life was hard, yes, but he refused to let hardships strip him of the joy he could still find in the world. That night, as he settled into his makeshift shelter beneath the bridge, something unusual caught his eye. A streak of light, brighter than any star, tore across the sky. It wasn't the slow, graceful arc of a shooting star. It was fast, fiery, and earthbound. Douglas sat up, his heart pounding as the object disappeared behind the silhouette of nearby buildings. Seconds later, a faint rumble echoed through the air, followed by a soft, golden glow that seemed to emanate from somewhere close. "What in the world was that?" he whispered. Curiosity tugged at him. Rising to his feet, Douglas grabbed his bag and shuffled toward the source of the light. His boots, worn and cracked, scuffed against the concrete as he followed the faint glow down a narrow alley. There, nestled among the debris of old crates and broken glass, was something extraordinary. A sphere about the size of a grapefruit lay in the middle of the alley, pulsing with a soft, golden light. Its surface was smooth, almost liquid-like, and it radiated a warmth that seemed to chase away the chill of the night. Douglas hesitated. "What is this?" he muttered, stepping closer. As he reached out, the orb seemed to respond, its glow intensifying. His hand trembled as his fingers brushed its surface. A strange sensation washed over him, like warmth spreading through his chest, filling him with a sense of peace and energy he hadn't felt in years. The orb pulsed once, and then the light dimmed. leaving only a faint shimmer. Douglas stared at it, bewildered but strangely calm. He couldn't explain it, but something deep within him whispered that his life was about to change in ways he couldn't imagine. Douglas cradled the orb in his hands, marveling at its gentle warmth. Its glow had faded, but it seemed alive, as though it were quietly breathing. He stood there for a long moment, the night air still around him, unsure of what to do. The city was full of mysteries, he thought, but this was unlike anything he had ever seen. With a deep breath, Douglas slipped the orb carefully into his bag and made his way back to his shelter under the bridge. As he walked, the streets around him seemed different, though he couldn't say why. The neon signs of nearby shops cast their usual colors across the damp pavement, and the hum of distant traffic filled the air. But something felt lighter, as though the world itself had shifted slightly. When Douglas finally reached his spot by the stream, he sat down and pulled the orb out again. It didn't glow as brightly now, but it still emitted a faint shimmer, enough to illuminate his tired face. He stared at it, feeling a strange pull, as though it were asking him to trust it. "What are you?" he murmured, running a finger over its surface. Without warning, the orb flared with light, so bright that Douglas shielded his eyes. When the glow subsided, he blinked rapidly, his heart pounding. And then he saw it. The loaf of stale bread he had scavenged earlier that day, the one that had been so hard and dry he could barely chew it, now sat fresh and steaming at his feet. The crust was golden brown, and the rich, comforting scent of freshly baked bread filled the air. Douglas's mouth fell open. He reached down, hesitating for a moment before picking up the loaf. It was warm, soft, and perfect, as though it had just come out of a bakery oven. "How?" he whispered, looking between the bread and the orb in his hand. His mind raced with disbelief and wonder. Hunger gnawed at him, but Douglas didn't take a bite. Instead, he thought of the little girl he'd seen earlier that day near the park. A child sitting on a bench with her mother, her small frame too thin, her eyes too hollow. He had given her the last piece of his bread, but it hadn't been enough. Grabbing his bag, Douglas wrapped the fresh loaf in a piece of cloth and set off toward the park. The orb remained in his pocket, its warmth pressing reassuringly against his side. When he arrived, the little girl and her mother were still there, huddled together on the bench. The mother's coat was thin, and the child's cheeks were red from the cold. Douglas approached cautiously, not wanting to frighten them. "Excuse me," he said gently. The mother looked up, her expression wary. "Yes?" I found this," Douglas stammered, holding out the bread. "It's fresh. I thought you might want it." The woman's eyes widened as she took the loaf, her hands trembling slightly. She tore off a piece and gave it to her daughter, who bit into it eagerly. For a moment, the child's face lit up with a joy that made Douglas's chest tighten. "Thank you," the mother whispered, tears welling in her eyes. "You don't know what this means to us." Douglas smiled, his own eyes glistening. "It's no trouble," he said, though he knew it was more than that. As he walked away, a strange thought struck him. The orb hadn't just changed the bread. It had changed him. For the first time in years, he felt like he had the power to make a real difference. Back under the bridge, Douglas sat with the orb in his lap. His fingers brushed its surface, and he whispered, "Whatever you are, thank you." The orb pulsed softly in response, as though it understood. Douglas awoke to the sound of birds chirping, a rare melody in the heart of the city. He blinked against the morning light streaming through the gaps in the bridge's structure, the events of the previous night rushing back to him. His hand instinctively reached for his bag, and when his fingers brushed the smooth surface of the orb, he exhaled in relief. The loaf of bread wasn't a dream. The child's smile wasn't a figment of his imagination. For the first time in years, Douglas felt a flicker of purpose. He had spent so long simply surviving, accepting the world as it was. But now he had something extraordinary. As he packed up his few belongings, the orb nestled carefully in his bag. Douglas's mind buzzed with possibilities. What else could the orb do? Was the bread a fluke, or did it have the power to change other things? His stomach growled, a reminder that he hadn't eaten since yesterday. He reached into his bag and pulled out the last apple he had found, a small bruised fruit that had seen better days. Holding it in one hand, he glanced at the orb. "Let's see if you can help with this," he murmured. Gently, he pressed the apple against the orb's surface. At first, nothing happened. Then, just as he was about to pull it away, the orb began to glow faintly. The bruises on the apple smoothed out, its dull, shriveled skin transforming into a glossy, vibrant red. Douglas stared, wide-eyed, before taking a cautious bite. The apple was crisp and sweet, the kind of fruit he hadn't tasted in years. He let out a laugh, a sound so unfamiliar to him that it startled a pigeon nearby. He wasn't just surviving anymore, he was living. With renewed energy, Douglas set out into the city. The streets of Elmhurst were as crowded as ever, the sidewalks bustling with people hurrying to work or school. But Douglas saw the world differently now. Where others saw strangers, he saw opportunities. Opportunities to help, to give, to make a difference. His first stop was the alley behind the bakery, where he often found discarded loaves and pastries. The dumpster there was a treasure trove for someone like him, but today he wasn't scavenging for himself. He found a bag of day-old rolls and pastries, still edible but deemed unsellable. Holding the bag in one hand and the orb in the other, Douglas pressed them together. The orb glowed, and when the light faded, the pastries were transformed, fresh, warm, and perfect, as if they had just come out of the oven. A young boy walked by, his clothes tattered and his face smudged with dirt. Douglas approached him with a warm smile. "Here," he said, handing the boy a roll. The boy hesitated, his wide eyes flicking from Douglas to the bag of pastries. "For me?" Douglas nodded. "Take as much as you need." The boy grabbed the roll and took a huge bite, his face lighting up with delight. He turned and ran off, shouting, "Thank you!" As the day went on, Douglas repeated the same act of kindness, sharing the transformed food with anyone in need. Word began to spread about the man with the magic touch, and soon people started seeking him out. Not just for food, but for warmth, hope, and compassion. By nightfall, Douglas sat beneath his bridge once more, exhausted but fulfilled. The orb rested in his lap, its light dim but steady, as if it too were content with the day's work. Douglas ran a hand through his graying hair, his hazel eyes gazing at the stars. "You've given me a gift," he said softly, addressing the orb. "But it's not just about me, is it? It's about them. All of them." The orb pulsed faintly, as though agreeing. Douglas smiled. He didn't know where this journey would take him, but he felt like he was walking toward something greater. The following days unfolded like a dream. Every morning, Douglas would awaken under the bridge with the orb tucked safely in his bag, and every night he'd fall asleep knowing he had made someone's life a little brighter. Word spread quickly about the kind man who turned scraps into feasts and despair into hope. People began to recognize him as he wandered the streets, his wiry frame and patched coat becoming symbols of quiet generosity. Some approached him hesitantly, while others ran to him with open arms. Children tugged at his sleeves, Their wide eyes filled with wonder, and adults shared their thanks with hushed voices. But not everyone welcomed the change. One afternoon, as Douglas sat on a park bench repairing a torn scarf he had found, a man in a dark suit approached. His sharp features and cold eyes stood out in stark contrast to the warmth Douglas was used to seeing. "You're the man everyone's been talking about," the stranger said, his voice clipped and businesslike. Douglas looked up, the scarf resting in his lap. "I just try to help where I can," he replied, his tone gentle. The man smiled thinly. "Oh, I'm sure you do. But the thing about help is, it always comes at a price." Douglas frowned, unsure of what the man was getting at. "I don't ask for anything in return." "Not yet," the man said, his gaze flickering to the bag at Douglas's side. "But someone like you, someone with power, shouldn't be hiding under a bridge. You could be living in luxury, running the city instead of wandering its streets." Douglas's fingers tightened around the scarf. "I'm not interested in that." "Think about it," the man said, leaning closer. "People love you now, but how long will that last? One mistake, one misunderstanding, and they'll turn on you. Let someone with experience handle this gift of yours. You'll be taken care of." Douglas's hazel eyes met the man's cold stare, unwavering. "This gift isn't mine to profit from. It's meant to help people." The man's thin smile disappeared, replaced by a sneer. "Suit yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you." As the man walked away, Douglas felt a chill creep up his spine. He clutched the orb through the fabric of his bag, its steady warmth reassuring him. Later that night, Douglas sat by the stream, staring at the stars. The encounter left him unsettled, but it also strengthened his resolve. Whatever this gift was, it wasn't meant for greed or manipulation. It was meant for good. The next day, Douglas returned to his usual route, sharing food, clothing, and warmth wherever he could. But something strange began to happen. As he approached a small group of homeless children near the train station, a young girl gasped and pointed. "It's him! The magic man!" Douglas smiled, crouching down to offer her a warm pastry. "There's no magic here, just a little kindness." But the children weren't the only ones watching. A crowd began to gather, curious faces peeking from around corners and shop windows. Whispers spread through the onlookers like wildfire. "That's him, the one they've been talking about. He made food appear out of nowhere. They say he can fix anything with just a touch." Douglas shifted uncomfortably under the weight of their stares. He wasn't used to being the center of attention. Still, he did what he always did. He helped. By the time the sun set, he had shared food with dozens of people and repaired torn jackets and broken shoes. The crowd's whispers had turned into cheers, their faces glowing with gratitude. But Douglas couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him, not with awe or admiration, but with intent. As he returned to his shelter that night, the orb pulsed faintly in his bag, as though sensing his unease. Douglas sat down, his hands trembling slightly as he pulled it out. "What am I supposed to do?" he whispered. "I just wanted to help people, not whatever this is turning into." The orb didn't respond, but its steady glow seemed to offer reassurance. Douglas closed his eyes, leaning back against the stone wall. He didn't have all the answers, but he knew one thing for certain. No matter what challenges lay ahead, he wouldn't let the orb's power fall into the wrong hands. Douglas couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that clung to him as the days passed. The city seemed to be growing more restless, its pulse quickening with each person who heard the rumors about the magic man. But the whispers weren't the only things changing. His once simple, solitary life had been transformed into something much more complicated. Each day he encountered people who sought his help. Some approached him humbly, asking for food or warmth, while others had more elaborate requests. A broken-down car that needed repair, a sick child who needed medicine, an elderly woman whose home had been damaged in a storm. And each time the orb seemed to provide more food, more clothing, more help. It felt as though the possibilities were endless. But with each miracle, the pressure grew. There were those who came not with gratitude, but with expectations. They expected more than just food or warmth. They expected to see their wildest dreams fulfilled. They saw him as a solution to their problems, and that frightened him. One day, as he was passing through a crowded square, a woman approached him, her face pale with desperation. She was dressed in ragged clothes, her eyes wide with fear. "You're him," she said breathlessly. "The one who can make things happen." Douglas took a step back, feeling a knot tighten in his stomach. Please," she interrupted, grabbing his arm. "I need your help. My son, he's sick. He needs medicine, but we can't afford it. The doctors say there's nothing they can do." Douglas glanced around. People had stopped to watch, their eyes following every movement. It was no longer just about helping those in need. It felt like a performance. "I'll help," he said, his voice steady, though doubt gnawed at his insides. He reached into his bag, the orb warm and reassuring in his grip. "Let's see what we can do." The woman led him to a nearby apartment, a cramped, run-down building that seemed to sag under the weight of years of neglect. Inside, a small boy lay in bed, his face flushed with fever. His mother sat at his side, her hand resting gently on his forehead. Douglas could feel the weight of the situation pressing down on him as he knelt beside the boy. The orb glowed faintly in his hand, its warmth spreading through him. He hesitated, looking at the boy's pale face, wondering if this was the right thing to do. "Please," the woman whispered. "You're our only hope." With a deep breath, Douglas placed the orb on the boy's chest. The glow intensified, brighter than ever before, and the room filled with a soft, calming light. The boy's feverish body seemed to relax under the warmth, and within moments his breathing steadied. Douglas pulled back, his heart pounding. The boy's fever had broken. His mother gasped, tears streaming down her face as she wrapped her arms around him. "You did it," she sobbed. "You saved him." But as the woman wept with joy, something deep inside Douglas felt wrong. The orb had done what it always did, provided, but it had come at a cost. He could sense the weight of the gift, the responsibility that came with it. He stood, his legs unsteady. "I need to go." The woman barely noticed his departure, too consumed by her son's recovery. But as Douglas walked back out into the street, a sinking feeling took root in his chest. He had used the orb again, and each time he did, it felt less like a blessing and more like a burden. As the days went on, the pressure only grew. People from all walks of life came to him for help, and the orb responded. But each time, it felt less like magic and more like a debt he was accumulating, one he didn't know how to pay back. The city, once a place of solitude and anonymity, had become a stage, and Douglas was the star of a show he hadn't signed up for. And with the growing crowd of those who sought him out, came others. Men in suits, women with cold eyes, people who whispered of power and influence. One evening, as Douglas sat on a bench near the market square, a familiar figure approached. It was the man from the dark suit, the one who had warned him before. This time he wasn't alone. A woman stood beside him, her sharp eyes studying Douglas with a mixture of curiosity and calculation. "We've been watching you," the man said, his voice smooth and persuasive. "You've become quite the local legend." Douglas stood up, his heart racing. "I don't want any part of that," "You don't have a choice," the man replied, his smile tight. "The city needs someone like you, someone with power, and you're going to give it to us." The woman stepped forward, her gaze locking onto the orb in Douglas's hand. "We know what you have," she said softly. "We know what it can do, and we want it." Douglas's grip on the orb tightened. He could feel its power pulsing in his hand, as if it understood the threat. "I won't let you use it for your gain." The man laughed, low and dangerous. "You don't get to make that decision. You have something we want, and we'll take it from you if necessary." Douglas's pulse quickened as the weight of the situation settled over him. He had been helping people, but now it felt as if the very thing he'd been given was being torn from his hands. What had started as a blessing was quickly becoming a curse. The air around Douglas grew thick, charged with tension. The man and woman stood before him, their eyes cold and calculating, while the orb in his hand seemed to hum with a quiet but undeniable energy. He could feel the pull, like an invisible force urging him to protect it, to keep it safe from those who would use it for selfish gain. "I've helped enough people," Douglas said, his voice steady despite the rising fear in his chest. "I don't need to prove anything to you or anyone else." The man's smile faltered, replaced by a hard line. "You don't get it, do you? This isn't about proving anything. This is about power. You've been given a gift and we want it. Don't make us take it." Douglas's mind raced. The orb had brought him so much, yet it had also brought unwanted attention, and now it was threatening to fall into the wrong hands. The idea of giving it up, of handing it over to these strangers, made his stomach twist in knots. He had seen what the orb could do, how it had helped so many. But the cost of that help was beginning to feel too high. "You'll never understand," he said, taking a step back. "This isn't power to me. It's a chance to do good in the world. I won't let you turn it into something else." The woman's gaze hardened, and she took a step forward. "You don't have a choice. You'll either give it to us, or we'll take it from you." Douglas's heart pounded in his chest as the weight of the moment pressed down on him. He could see the darkness in their eyes, the same darkness he had seen in so many others who sought power for themselves. He could feel the orb pulsing in his hand, its glow growing brighter, as if it were urging him to act. Suddenly, he understood. This wasn't just about protecting the orb, it was about protecting everything it stood for. It was about the kindness it had sparked in him and in those around him. If he gave in now, it wouldn't just be the orb that was lost. It would be the very thing that had made his life meaningful. With a deep breath, Douglas made his decision. He clenched his fist around the orb, feeling its warmth surge through him. "No!" Before the man and woman could react, Douglas turned and fled into the crowd. He could hear their footsteps behind him, growing louder, but he didn't dare look back. He had to get away. As he ran through the bustling streets, the orb seemed to guide him, its light growing brighter with each step. The city, once a labyrinth of strangers and shadows, now felt like a place of possibility, a place where he could make a difference. He ran until his breath came in ragged gasps, his legs aching from the effort, but he didn't stop. Not until he reached the park near the old fountain, the one place in the city that had always brought him a sense of peace. Douglas collapsed onto a bench, his chest heaving as he clutched the orb tightly in his hands. He could still hear the faint echo of footsteps in the distance, but they were growing fainter now. The danger had passed for the moment. He looked down at the orb, its glow now soft and steady, like the steady beat of his own heart. He knew what he had to do. "I can't keep running forever," he whispered, his voice barely audible. But I won't let them use you. I won't let anyone use you." He closed his eyes, the weight of the decision settling on his shoulders. The orb had given him so much, but it also held a responsibility that was too great to bear alone. It was then that the answer came to him, as if the orb itself had whispered it into his mind. He didn't need to fight this battle alone. Douglas stood up, determination filling his chest. He would find a way to protect the orb, to use its power for good. But he couldn't do it by hiding. He needed allies. He needed people who understood the importance of the gift, people who shared his vision of a world where kindness and generosity were the true sources of power. And so, Douglas set out once again, but this time with a new sense of purpose. He would find those who believed in the orb's power to help, not to control. He would gather those who, like him, understood that the true magic wasn't in the power itself, but in the hearts of those who used it. The road ahead wouldn't be easy, but Douglas was no longer afraid. With the orb in his hand and the knowledge that he wasn't alone, he felt a renewed sense of hope. The world had its shadows, but together they could push back the darkness and create a light that would never fade. Douglas's footsteps were steady as he walked through the city streets, his mind filled with a newfound sense of purpose. The orb, still warm in his hand, seemed to guide him, not just with its light, but with the quiet, unspoken reassurance that he was on the right path. The decision he had made the night before, to keep the orb out of the hands of those who would exploit its power, had been difficult. But as he thought about it now, he knew it was the only way forward. He couldn't let the world fall into the hands of those who saw power as a commodity, to be bought and sold at will. He had to find people who understood what the orb truly was, a gift meant to help, to heal, to share. Douglas's first stop was the community center near the edge of town. He had seen it countless times before, a place where families came to get support, where neighbors gathered to talk and share their burdens. It was a place of kindness, of people helping each other, but it was also a place that had seen its share of struggles. The walls were worn, the floors creaked underfoot, and the windows were covered with peeling paint. But inside, there was a warmth that had always drawn him in. He stepped through the heavy door, the familiar scent of old wood and coffee greeting him. The room was bustling with activity, children running around, parents chatting, and volunteers sorting through donations. It was chaotic, but it was the kind of chaos that came with love and community. Douglas stood at the door for a moment, observing the scene before him. He didn't know who he was looking for, who could possibly understand the weight of the orb and what it meant. But he knew that someone in this room would. A woman near the front caught his eye. She was tall, with dark hair tied back in a loose ponytail, wearing a worn apron over her clothes. She was talking to a group of children, laughing as they handed her cards and small toys they had made. There was something about her presence that put Douglas at ease, a sense of calm that seemed to radiate from her. He walked toward her, his heart pounding in his chest. As he got closer, she looked up, her eyes meeting his with a gentle smile. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice warm but cautious. Douglas hesitated. "I'm looking for someone who believes in helping others, someone who doesn't just want something for themselves." Her brow furrowed slightly, but the smile didn't leave her face. "Well, you've come to the right place." She paused, studying him for a moment. "What exactly are you looking for?" Douglas felt a knot in his stomach. This wasn't something he could explain easily, not without revealing too much, but he couldn't keep hiding. "I have something," he said, lowering his voice, "something that can help people, really help them, but I need people who won't use it for their own gain." The woman's eyes narrowed, and she stepped closer, her gaze unwavering. "What do you mean, something? What kind of help are you talking about?" Douglas hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. The orb pulsed lightly in his hand, as if encouraging him to trust her. Slowly, he opened his palm, revealing the orb to her. For a moment, there was silence. The woman's eyes widened, but she didn't move. The air in the room seemed to still, the sounds of children and laughter fading into the background. "That's—" Her voice was barely a whisper. "What is it?" "It's something I was given," Douglas said quietly. "Something that can do extraordinary things, but I don't want to use it for the wrong reasons. I want to use it to help people, to do good. I just need to find people who believe in that." The woman stood still for a moment, her eyes fixed on the orb. Then, slowly, she nodded. "I think I understand." She looked at him with a mixture of curiosity and something else, something that felt like understanding. "You're not the only one who believes in helping others. Let me introduce you to a few people who might feel the same." Douglas followed her through the bustling community center, his heart beating faster with every step. She led him to a small room at the back, where a group of volunteers were gathered around a table. There were 5 of them, all different ages and backgrounds. An older man with glasses, a young woman with a bright smile, a middle-aged couple, and a teenager who couldn't have been more than 15. "This is Douglas," the woman said, her voice steady. "He has something he wants to show us." Douglas felt the weight of their eyes on him as he approached the table. He held the orb out, letting it hover in the air between them. The light from the orb bathed the room in a soft, golden glow, casting shadows on the walls. The group stared at it in silence for a few moments before the older man spoke, his voice low and thoughtful. "That's extraordinary. What is it? Where did you get it?" Douglas hesitated again, unsure how much to reveal. "I don't know, it just appeared one day. And since then, it's been guiding me, showing me how to help others." He glanced at the orb. "But I can't do it alone. I need people who will use it for the right reasons, not for personal gain. I need people who believe in doing good, even when it's hard." The woman who had first spoken looked at the others, her gaze lingering on the teenager. He was quiet, his arms crossed over his chest, but there was a fire in his eyes, a spark of something that made Douglas believe this was the right group. Finally, the young woman spoke up. "I think we can help." Her voice was steady, and there was a warmth in her eyes that made Douglas feel like he had found something he hadn't even realized he was searching for. "We've all been through our own struggles. We know what it's like to feel like the world is against you. But we also know that there's power in kindness, in helping others." The older man nodded in agreement. "We've been working here at the community center for years, and I can tell you that there's nothing more rewarding than seeing someone's life change because of a small act of kindness." He paused, looking at the orb. "If you trust us with this, we'll help you. We'll do whatever we can to make sure it's used for good." Douglas felt a surge of relief. For the first time in days, he felt as though the weight on his shoulders had lightened. He wasn't alone anymore. He had found people who understood, people who saw the same value in kindness and selflessness that he did. "Thank you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "I can't do this alone. I need you." And so, in that small room, surrounded by strangers who had quickly become allies, Douglas made a promise to himself and to them. He would use the orb, but not just for himself. He would use it to bring about change, to help those in need, to make the world a better place, not just for the powerful, but for everyone. The days following Douglas's decision to work with the small group of volunteers were filled with purpose. What had once felt like a burden, the orb, heavy with responsibility, now felt like a symbol of hope. He no longer carried it alone. He had found people who believed in its power to heal, to lift, and to help. Together, they had begun to brainstorm ways to use it, to make the world just a little bit brighter. The community center had always been a place of refuge for those in need, but with the orb's mysterious energy, they now had the potential to do more than ever before. It wasn't about power or control. It was about kindness and compassion, and the orb had a way of amplifying those qualities in everyone it touched. Douglas sat at the table in the small room at the back of the community center, surrounded by his newfound friends. The group had grown a bit since that first day. The older man, Richard, had introduced them to a few more volunteers who had been working at the center for years. There was Emma, a social worker who had seen firsthand the hardships of families struggling with poverty, and Carl, a local teacher who had spent his life giving to others without expecting anything in return. Even the teenager, Lucas, had opened up more, sharing stories of the tough streets he had grown up on. He was quieter than the others, but there was a wisdom in his eyes, an understanding of the world that belied his age. He was still trying to find his way, but Douglas could see the spark in him. "We need a plan," Emma said, her voice calm and steady as she laid out a map of the city on the table. "There's a lot of work to be done, and we need to focus on where the most help is needed." Douglas nodded, his fingers tracing the edges of the orb that lay in the center of the table. It was glowing faintly, its light pulsing with each of their words, as though it were listening. "Maybe we can start by helping the families who are struggling the most," Carl suggested. "The ones who can't even afford basic necessities, food, clothing, medicine. We've seen how difficult it is for people to get by, even when they're doing everything right." Richard nodded in agreement. "We've always done what we can here at the center, but with the orb, we could do so much more. It's not just about giving material things. It's about giving people hope, showing them that there's more to life than just survival." Douglas's heart swelled as he listened to them talk. Each person at the table had a vision for what they wanted to accomplish, and every idea was rooted in compassion, in a desire to make the world a better place. They were all driven by the same belief, that kindness could change lives, and that even the smallest act of generosity could create a ripple effect. But the orb could do more than that. It could accelerate their efforts, turning their dreams into reality. All they had to do was use it with care, with intention. After hours of discussion and planning, they agreed on their first steps. They would start by organizing a massive food drive, collecting donations from the community to distribute to those in need. But this time, they would do it differently. They would use the orb's energy to bring an added sense of unity, to inspire others to give what they could, to encourage people to see the power of helping one another. As they worked, the orb's light grew brighter, casting a warm glow throughout the room. It was as if it were cheering them on, urging them to continue, to press forward. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. Douglas and the group spent their time collecting food, reaching out to local businesses for donations, and rallying the community to join in their efforts. Word spread quickly, and soon they had volunteers pouring in from all over the city, eager to help. On the day of the food drive, the community center was overflowing with people, families, workers, neighbors, all coming together for one common cause. The air was filled with laughter and the sound of chatter as children helped sort donations and adults worked together to create care packages for those in need. Douglas watched it all unfold, his heart swelling with pride. He had always believed in the goodness of people, but seeing it in action, seeing how everyone came together, how the orb had sparked something in them, was something he would never forget. As the day wore on and the boxes of food were stacked high, Douglas felt a quiet moment of peace wash over him. This was what the orb had been meant for, to bring people together, to show them the power of selflessness, to remind them that even in the darkest of times, there was always light. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the city, the group gathered outside the community center, watching as families arrived to receive their care packages. There were tears of gratitude, words of thanks, and hugs exchanged between strangers who now felt like friends. "This is just the beginning," Emma said, standing beside Douglas. "We've made a difference today, but there's so much more we can do. With this," she motioned to the orb, "we can reach even more people. We can create lasting change." Douglas nodded, his eyes focused on the crowd before him. "I've never seen anything like this," he said quietly. "The way people are coming together. It's like they're all connected now. And it's not just the food, it's the feeling, the energy. It's like we're all part of something bigger." Carl smiled, his eyes reflecting the same sense of wonder. "That's the magic of kindness," he said. "It spreads, it grows, and it changes everything." As the evening wound down, the group stood together, watching as the last of the families left the community center, their arms filled with boxes of food. The sky above them was painted with hues of orange and pink, the stars beginning to twinkle as the first light of evening appeared. Douglas felt a sense of fulfillment in his chest, a deep knowing that they had done something truly good today. But he also knew that this was only the beginning. They had touched lives, sparked hope, and shown the true power of kindness. The orb had been the catalyst, but it was the people, their hearts, their generosity, that had made it all possible. As they gathered their things and prepared to head home, Douglas felt a quiet resolve settle within him. He knew that together they could change the world, one act of kindness at a time. And with the orb in his hands, he would make sure that the light they had created would never fade. The days after the food drive were filled with a sense of accomplishment, but also a quiet anticipation. Douglas could feel that something was changing, not just in the community, but within himself. The orb, now a constant companion, pulsed with energy, as if it had become a part of him. Each time he held it, it seemed to hum with potential, a reminder of what they had started and the road that still lay ahead. The group had been busy, organizing follow-up events to support the community. They had launched a clothing drive, providing winter coats and shoes to children and families in need. They had established a small emergency fund, using donations from local businesses and individuals to assist people who faced sudden hardships, an unexpected medical bill, a car breaking down, or a roof in need of repair. The ripple effect of their first big event had spread throughout the city, and the center had become a hub for those seeking help, comfort, and hope. But as much as they had accomplished, Douglas knew that the orb's power had only begun to reveal itself. There was more it could do, more it was meant to offer. The question was, what was it asking of them next? One evening, as the group sat around the table, discussing their next big project, a youth mentorship program, Douglas felt the orb pulse in his hand. It was a gentle hum, almost like a heartbeat, and for a moment he was filled with a sense of urgency, as if the orb were trying to tell him something. "Do you feel that?" he asked quietly, his voice almost drowned out by the hum in the air. The others stopped talking, their eyes drawn to him. They had all grown accustomed to the orb's presence, but they had never felt it like this before. "What's going on?" Emma asked, her brow furrowing. Douglas held the orb up, its light flickering as it glowed brighter. "I think it's trying to tell us something. Something bigger is coming." Before anyone could respond, a sudden knock on the door interrupted them. They all turned toward the sound, their faces drawn with confusion. The center had been quiet for hours, and they weren't expecting anyone. Douglas set the orb down gently on the table and went to answer the door. When he opened it, he was met by a man he didn't recognize. Tall, with dark sunglasses, a dark jacket, and a serious expression on his face. "Can I help you?" Douglas asked, his voice cautious. The man didn't answer immediately. He stood there for a moment, sizing Douglas up. Then, without a word, he stepped forward and placed a small envelope in his hand. "Who's it from?" Douglas asked, but the man simply turned and walked away, vanishing into the night as quickly as he had appeared. Douglas opened the envelope, his hands trembling slightly as he pulled out a single sheet of paper. It was simple, typed in black ink. "You have something that doesn't belong to you. Return it, or others will take it from you." His heart raced. He stared at the words, feeling a chill run down his spine. The message was clear. Someone knew about the orb. Someone who didn't care about kindness or helping others. Someone who wanted it for their own gain. "This doesn't feel good," Carl said, his voice grim as he stood beside Douglas. Emma leaned over his shoulder, reading the letter. "Who would want the orb?" she murmured. "What kind of people are we dealing with?" Douglas's thoughts raced. He hadn't expected this, hadn't considered the possibility that the orb might draw unwanted attention. He had thought they were safe, that their mission of helping others would be enough to protect them. But this was different. Someone had seen the power they had, and they wanted it for themselves. "We need to be careful," Douglas said, his voice steady despite the fear swirling in his chest. "We've only just begun to do good with this. If we give it up now, it will fall into the wrong hands, and I won't let that happen." Richard, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke. "We'll protect it, Douglas. We'll keep it safe. But we need to be ready for whatever comes next." The group sat in silence for a long moment, the weight of the situation settling over them. The orb had already brought so much good into their lives, but now it seemed like the shadows of greed and darkness were beginning to close in. Douglas knew they had to act quickly before it was too late. They spent the next few days preparing, taking extra precautions to ensure that the orb remained hidden, yet accessible when needed. They reinforced the community center's security, set up a network of trusted allies, and even reached out to local authorities, though they didn't reveal the full extent of the orb's power. It was too dangerous to let that knowledge fall into the wrong hands. But despite their efforts, Douglas couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. He saw unfamiliar faces in the crowd, people who seemed to be lingering just a little too long, watching their every move. And then, one evening, as the group was finishing up their latest project, a clothing distribution event, Douglas caught sight of a familiar face in the crowd. The man who had left the letter at the door. He was standing across the street, his sunglasses glinting in the light of the street lamp. Douglas's heart skipped a beat. He turned to the others, his voice low but urgent. "He's here. The man from the letter. We need to move now." Without another word, they sprang into action, dispersing throughout the community center to make sure the orb was safe. Lucas and Carl hurried to the storage room, while Emma and Richard kept watch at the door. Douglas stood by the window, watching as the man's figure moved closer, his pace slow and deliberate. There was no mistaking it now. He was here for the orb. The hum of the orb in the back room grew louder, almost frantic, as though it could sense the danger approaching. Douglas's heart raced as he grabbed the orb, feeling its warmth spread through his hands. It had always been a force for good, a light in the darkness. But now, it was a beacon, drawing unwanted attention. He couldn't let the man get to it. He couldn't let anyone take it. With a deep breath, Douglas made a decision. They had to fight for what they believed in. They had to protect the good they had created, no matter the cost. The night felt colder than usual as Douglas stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the dark figure across the street. The man who had left the ominous letter was drawing closer, his footsteps slow, deliberate, as though he knew the very thing he was after. Every instinct within Douglas screamed that this wasn't just a warning. It was the beginning of something much darker. The orb pulsed in his hand, its glow growing brighter, as if it too sensed the imminent danger. "Everyone stay alert," he whispered to the group. "We're not giving it up. We've worked too hard to let this man take it from us." Emma, Carl, and Richard had already positioned themselves around the room, their eyes scanning for any sign of movement. Lucas, despite his young age, stood by the door, his posture tense, his hands ready. Douglas could feel the weight of their determination. They were ready to defend what they had created, even if it meant facing a challenge they had never expected. The door to the community center was still unlocked, allowing the cold breeze to sweep through. But there was something more chilling in the air now, a presence that hung over the room like a storm waiting to break. The man across the street had stopped. For a moment he simply stood there, watching them, his face hidden behind the dark lenses of his sunglasses. He knew they were aware of him. Douglas could feel his pulse quicken. He didn't know who this man was, nor did he know what he wanted with the orb. But one thing was clear. He wasn't just another person in need. This man had come for something far more dangerous. The silence stretched on until at last the man moved again, walking purposefully toward the community center. Douglas's heart thudded in his chest. He motioned for the others to gather around. "We need to act fast," he said in a low voice. "This is no ordinary threat. He's not here just to take food or supplies. He wants the orb, and I won't let him have it." Carl nodded, stepping forward. "We can't let him intimidate us. We've faced bigger challenges. If he's come for the orb, we'll make sure he knows he's not getting it." Lucas clenched his fists, his young face resolute. "I'm ready," he said quietly, his voice stronger than before. Douglas turned to Richard and Emma. "Keep calm. We need to protect the orb, but we also need to protect ourselves. If he's here alone, we stand a chance. But if he's not..." Before he could finish, there was a loud knock on the door. The man had arrived. The knock was firm, almost impatient. Douglas exchanged a quick glance with the others. "Get ready," he whispered. He approached the door, his hand steady on the handle. For a moment he hesitated. He didn't know what would happen once the door opened, but he knew they were ready for whatever came next. With a swift motion, he swung the door open, standing firm in the doorway. The man stood there, still in his dark sunglasses, his expression unreadable. "You've been warned," the man said, his voice smooth and cold. "I've come for what's mine, the orb." Douglas stood tall, feeling the orb's warmth in his hand. "It doesn't belong to you," he said firmly. "You don't get to take it. It's not just some tool to be used for power. It's something that was given to us to make the world a better place, and we're not going to let anyone exploit it." The man's lips curled into a smirk, though there was no humor in it. "You don't understand, do you? That orb is not for the likes of you. It's a tool, a weapon. It has the power to reshape the world. And that kind of power isn't meant to be given away to the needy. You've used it for good, but that's naive. You've already seen what happens when you help others. People take notice. People like me." Douglas's grip tightened on the orb. He could feel its energy, almost like a heartbeat of its own, steady and unwavering. The orb had always been about compassion, about helping others. Nothing about it screamed power, or dominance. It was a gift, pure and simple. But the man before him clearly saw it differently. "You can't have it," Douglas said again, his voice unwavering. The man's eyes narrowed. "Then you leave me no choice." Before anyone could react, the man pulled a device from his jacket, a small metal cylinder, and pressed a button. Suddenly, the room was flooded with a strange noise, a humming sound that reverberated through the walls. Douglas felt the air grow thick, heavy, as if the very space around them was being compressed. "What is that?" Emma shouted, her hand over her ears as the noise grew louder. "It's a disruptor," the man explained with a chilling calmness. "It weakens the orb's power, long enough for me to take it from you." The orb flickered, its light dimming as the humming sound filled the room. Douglas gritted his teeth, feeling the pressure inside his chest as the orb's energy began to waver. He could sense the device's effect. It was draining the orb's strength, making it harder to hold onto its power. "Everyone, get back!" Carl shouted, pushing the others away from the center of the room. "Douglas, get away from it! It's not safe!" But Douglas refused to move. He couldn't let the orb fall into the wrong hands. He couldn't give up on the good it had already done. Instead, he focused. He closed his eyes and let the orb's energy fill him, drawing from it as he had done in the past, letting its warmth spread through his body. He blocked out the noise, the pressure, everything except the pulse of the orb in his hands. Then, with a sharp movement, he thrust the orb toward the man. "This orb is about love, about hope. You can't take it. It won't belong to you." For a moment, there was nothing but silence. The humming stopped, the pressure in the room lifting. The orb glowed brighter than ever before, its light pushing back against the disruptor. The man staggered back, shock on his face, as the orb's energy surged forward. Douglas held his ground, steady and resolute. The orb wasn't just a tool. It was a beacon, a force for good, and no one could take that from him. With a final burst of light, the disruptor fizzled out, its energy depleted. The man dropped it to the floor, his eyes wide with disbelief. You're not supposed to have this kind of power." The man spat, his voice shaking with anger. "You'll regret this." But Douglas, feeling the orb's warmth settle into his chest, knew that this was only the beginning. He had won this battle, but the fight for the orb, its true purpose, was far from over. "Maybe it's you who doesn't understand," Douglas said quietly. "This orb isn't about power. It's about giving, about helping others, and you'll never take that away from us." With that, the man turned and walked away, disappearing into the night, leaving behind only the faintest echo of his footsteps. The group stood in silence for a long moment, taking in what had just transpired. Douglas felt the orb's pulse slow, its glow softening, as though it were calming after the storm. "We've made our choice," Richard said quietly. "And now, we'll make sure the world knows who we are. We'll protect this, not for ourselves, but for everyone who needs it." And as they gathered around the orb, ready to face whatever came next, Douglas knew deep down that this was the moment they had been waiting for. This was their calling, to protect, to give, to create a world where kindness, not power, would reign supreme. The air felt different after the man left, lighter almost, as if a great weight had been lifted. But there was no time for celebration, no time to revel in their victory. The orb pulsed softly, its warmth like a steady heartbeat that reassured Douglas and the others that their mission was far from over. "We've sent a message," Emma said, her voice calm, though there was a slight tremor in it. "But there's no telling how many others like him are out there. They'll come for the orb again, won't they?" Douglas nodded, his eyes fixed on the glowing sphere in his hand. They will. But we'll be ready. We have to be. The others gathered around him, their faces etched with resolve. Despite the battle they'd just faced, the tension in the room felt more like anticipation than fear. They knew what was at stake. They knew the journey they had undertaken would not be easy, but they also knew that they had something worth protecting. "I've been thinking," Carl said, his brow furrowed. "If the orb really has the power to change the world, we can't just keep it hidden away. We need to show people what it's capable of. We need to make sure the right people are the ones who find out about it." Richard looked thoughtful. The problem is, the right people are hard to find. People who understand what the orb truly is, what it represents, are rare. Most will only see its power, not the potential for good that it holds. Douglas let the words settle for a moment. They were right. The orb's power was undeniable, but it wasn't meant for those who would seek to control or exploit it. It was meant for those who could look beyond their own desires and see the world through a lens of kindness, compassion, and hope. "We need to find people who believe in what we do," Douglas said finally. "People who will work with us to spread its light, to help others, but we also need to protect it. There are too many who would try to take it from us." Lucas stepped forward, his small frame standing tall. "What if we teach people how to use it? Not the way the man wanted, but the right way. What if we train them?" Douglas smiled at the boy, impressed by his insight. "That's exactly what we'll do. We'll find those who want to help, those who want to see the good in the world, and we'll teach them how to use the orb to heal, to restore, to make things better." The group fell silent, each of them considering the gravity of what they were about to undertake. This wasn't just about keeping the orb safe. It was about creating something larger than themselves, an unstoppable force for good in a world that so desperately needed it. "We'll start small," Emma suggested. "We'll work with the people around us first, people we trust. Then, when the time is right, we'll expand. We'll create a network of kindness, people who can share the orb's energy and its lessons." Douglas nodded. "We'll need to be careful. If word gets out about what we have, we'll attract more attention than we can handle. But we won't hide. We'll be smart, strategic, and we'll never forget the true purpose of the orb." Carl clenched his fists, his jaw set in determination. "We'll make sure no one can misuse it. This is bigger than just us. It's bigger than the people who want to take it for themselves. We have to protect it, not just for us, but for everyone who's ever needed it." The orb glowed brightly in Douglas's hands, as though it were responding to their words, to their resolve. It was as if the orb understood that this was the beginning of something monumental. Its energy hummed with promise, with hope for the future. But as the group gathered around the table, making plans, they didn't notice the figure watching from the shadows, just outside the window. The man they had encountered earlier, the one who had tried to take the orb, wasn't gone. He was still there, waiting for his moment. And this time, he wasn't alone. The morning light filtered softly through the windows of the community center, casting long shadows across the room where Douglas and his group had gathered. Despite the tense night before, they had managed to rest. The orb had settled into a quiet pulse, almost like a heartbeat, its glow dimming and brightening in time with the rhythm of their plans. It was as if it knew they were preparing for something bigger, something unknown. "We need to act quickly," Douglas said, looking around at the faces of those who had stood by him through everything. The orb's power, the way it reacts, it's clear that it's not just a tool, it's a catalyst. If we don't manage it, we risk drawing in people who are only interested in using it for their own gain, people who think they can control it. Carl leaned forward, his eyes sharp with determination. "What's the plan, then? We can't just sit here waiting for more threats to show up. We need to move. We need to show people what the orb can really do." Emma nodded in agreement. "We should start by reaching out to those we trust. People who know what it means to give, to make sacrifices for others. People who will understand the orb's true purpose." Douglas looked around at his friends, his companions, the ones who had become a new family to him over the last few weeks. The faces staring back at him were filled with trust, loyalty, and a shared sense of purpose. Together, they could make a difference. "We'll start small," Douglas said, "but we'll make it known that we're here to help. We'll find others who are willing to share in the vision, to use the orb for good." Before they could discuss further, a loud knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Everyone froze, and for a brief moment, time seemed to stand still. A heavy silence hung in the room as each of them exchanged uneasy glances. "I'll get it," Richard said quietly, standing up and walking toward the door. He looked at Douglas for reassurance before placing his hand on the handle and opening it slowly. To their surprise, the man from the night before stood there, but this time he wasn't alone. A group of individuals stood behind him, 2 men and a woman, all dressed in dark clothes, their expressions unreadable. "Do you mind if we come in?" the man asked, his tone cool but not threatening. He removed his sunglasses, revealing cold, calculating eyes. "We need to talk." Douglas's heart skipped a beat. This was the moment he'd feared, the moment they were confronted by the people who had been seeking the orb, the ones who didn't want it used for good. "What do you want?" Douglas asked, his voice steady, though the tension in his chest was growing. He stepped forward, positioning himself between the visitors and the orb, which still rested safely on the table. "We've come for what belongs to us," the man said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "We've been watching you. You've made a bold move by keeping the orb, but you don't understand the forces at play here. You're just a small part of something much larger." Douglas clenched his fists, knowing the time for diplomacy had passed. "You can't have it. The orb isn't for control, for power. It's here to help, to change things for the better. You've made a mistake thinking you can take it." The man smirked, stepping forward with a dangerous calm. "That's where you're wrong, Douglas. This isn't just about helping people. This is about power. The orb can change the world, but only if we're the ones to control it." The woman behind the man stepped forward, her eyes flicking toward the orb on the table. She was tall and imposing, her presence sharp and calculated. "You've interfered with something you don't understand," she said, her voice low. "You've played your part, but now it's time to give up the orb. You can't keep it, not from us." A cold shiver ran down Douglas's spine. He had known this was coming, but hearing it spoken aloud, he wasn't prepared for the intensity of their conviction. They weren't just looking for the orb to use for good. They had plans that were far darker than he had imagined. "We won't give it to you," Douglas said, his voice firm, though his mind raced for a way out. "This isn't your fight. This is about the people who need it, who deserve it." The man shook his head slowly. "It's not about who deserves it. It's about who can control it. And we'll be the ones to decide that." Just then, Carl, Richard, and Lucas moved into the room, positioning themselves around Douglas and the orb, forming a protective barrier. Emma stood by the window, her eyes scanning the street outside, making sure they weren't being watched by anyone else. Everyone knew they were about to face a battle that could change everything. "We're not afraid of you," Carl said, his voice thick with determination. "We won't let you take it. We'll fight for this, for what it stands for." The man's smile widened, but it wasn't a friendly smile. "You don't have a choice, Carl. This isn't a fight you can win. But don't worry, we're not here to kill you. We just want what's ours." Douglas took a deep breath, his mind racing for a plan, for something to stop them. But he knew deep down that the only way to protect the orb was to prove its worth, to show these people that it wasn't a tool for domination. It was a symbol of hope. And no amount of force, no threat, could take that from them. "You'll have to go through us first," Douglas said, his voice firm and unwavering. For a moment, there was a silence, the tension so thick that it felt like the air itself was holding its breath. Then the man spoke again, his voice colder now. "Very well," he said, taking a step back. "We'll see how long you can keep it. But remember this, the clock is ticking. The orb will be ours, sooner or later. And when that time comes, you'll regret ever standing in our way." With that, the group turned and left, disappearing into the shadows of the street. The door clicked shut behind them, and the group was left in silence once again. The threat was real, and it was clear that their enemies would stop at nothing to get their hands on the orb. Douglas turned to face the group, his heart heavy with the weight of what lay ahead. "We've just made our move," he said quietly. "But this is only the beginning. We have to be ready for anything." The atmosphere inside the community center was charged, each breath taken in silence as the group processed the encounter. Outside, the world continued on, indifferent to the confrontation that had just transpired. But inside, Douglas could feel the gravity of what was happening, weighing down on him like an invisible force. The orb, still resting on the table, seemed to pulse a little more brightly in the midst of the tension. It was as if it were attuned to the emotional undercurrent of the room, responding to the uncertainty, the fear, and the resolve that filled the space. Douglas exhaled slowly and glanced around at the faces of his friends. Carl, Emma, Richard, Lucas. Each of them stood resolutely, though there was a new fire in their eyes now, a shared understanding of what was at stake. "We need to move faster," Douglas said, his voice breaking the silence. "If they're watching us, we can't afford to wait around. We need to find a way to protect the orb, and we need to do it now." Emma nodded, her arms crossed as she leaned against the window. "The problem is we can't just hide it. The orb is too powerful for us to keep under wraps for long. People will eventually notice it's gone. We need a plan that's bigger than just protecting it." Carl stepped forward, his usual lightheartedness replaced by a new, more determined edge. "What if we spread the word? Get more people involved. We can't protect the orb alone, but we can build a network. The more people we have on our side, the harder it will be for them to take it." Richard rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "A network? It's not a bad idea. But it needs to be the right kind of network. We can't just trust anyone. We need people who understand the importance of what we're protecting. People who can see past their own needs and desires." Douglas felt a surge of gratitude for his friends. Each of them brought something valuable to the table, whether it was Carl's strategic thinking, Emma's intuition, Richard's wisdom, or Lucas's bravery. Together, they were a force to be reckoned with. "Let's start with people we trust," Douglas suggested. "People who've shown kindness, who know what it's like to give without expecting anything in return. And we need to move quickly. Time isn't on our side." The group gathered closer, their conversation now a quiet hum of ideas and strategies. They discussed how to find the right people, how to build a foundation of trust that could withstand whatever was coming their way. They talked about sharing the orb's message with the world, not through power or control, but through kindness, healing, and love. They would teach others how to use it, how to channel its energy to help those in need. Outside, the street was quiet. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the pavement. It was a time for action, but it was also a time for reflection. They couldn't afford to be reckless. The orb was powerful, yes, but it wasn't invincible, and neither were they. As the hours ticked by, the group worked late into the night, outlining their plan, making phone calls, reaching out to those they knew would understand. They started to map out a network of individuals, small community leaders, former activists, local volunteers, people who had devoted their lives to making the world a better place. When they were finished, they took a moment to rest. The weariness of the day hung heavy on them, but there was a sense of quiet satisfaction too. They had done what they could, and now it was up to the people they had contacted to respond. "I think we're ready," Douglas said, his voice tired but resolute. "We've done everything we can for now. We just have to wait." But as he spoke, a sudden, unmistakable sound filled the room, the hum of the orb growing louder, more insistent. It was a subtle shift, but it was enough to make everyone stop and listen. The orb wasn't just reacting to their plans. It was reacting to something else. Without warning, the door to the community center swung open, and a figure stepped inside. For a split second, Douglas's heart raced, fear flooding him. Was it them, the people who wanted the orb? But the figure who entered wasn't who they expected. It was Anne, a woman who had been working with them from the beginning, someone they had trusted. She was breathless, her face pale as she looked around the room. "I found something," she said, her voice trembling with urgency. "Something that could change everything." Douglas's eyebrows furrowed as he moved toward her. "What is it? What have you found?" Anne reached into her bag and pulled out a piece of paper, crinkled and worn from use. She unfolded it carefully and handed it to Douglas. "It's an old manuscript," she explained. "I came across it while I was meeting with some contacts. It's a record of ancient writings, things that go back hundreds of years, possibly even longer. And it talks about the orb. It mentions its true purpose." Douglas took the paper in his hands, his eyes scanning the faded text. It was written in a language he didn't immediately recognize, but he could sense its weight, its importance. The orb was connected to something much bigger than they had realized. "What does it say?" Emma asked, stepping closer. Anne took a deep breath, her voice steadying as she explained. "It speaks of an ancient order, a group of people who were entrusted with protecting the orb, ensuring that its power was never misused. They believed that the orb had the ability to heal, to restore balance, but it was also something that could be corrupted, twisted to fit the desires of those with ill intent. They believed that the orb was not just a tool, but a force of nature, a force that needed to be balanced by those who understood its true purpose." Douglas's heart raced as he listened. "It sounds like the people who want it now don't understand any of that." "Exactly," Anne replied. "The manuscript warns of a time when the orb would be sought by those who wanted to use it for their own gain. It talks about how those who understand its true purpose will have to come together to form a coalition of sorts, to protect it from falling into the wrong hands." Douglas looked at his friends, his resolve strengthening. "This is it. This is what we've been waiting for. We have to protect the orb, and we have to make sure its true purpose is never lost." The group nodded in agreement. There was no turning back now. The orb was part of something much larger, something that spanned across centuries, and they were the ones chosen to protect it. As the night stretched on, they made plans to meet with the people who could help them understand the orb's true power, to find others who were meant to carry the torch with them. But deep down, Douglas knew this was only the beginning. The forces that sought the orb were closing in, and soon they would have to fight, not just for the orb, but for the future itself. The moon hung high over the city, casting pale light across the streets that seemed eerily quiet. It was the calm before the storm. Douglas could feel it in his bones. The orb, now a constant presence in their lives, pulsed gently on the table in front of him, its soft light a beacon in the darkened room. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the world itself were holding its breath. Douglas sat with his friends in the community center, their faces grim, their minds focused. After Anne's discovery of the manuscript, everything had changed. The group now understood the true weight of their mission. Not only did they need to protect the orb, but they needed to ensure that its power was never misused. They weren't just guarding an artifact, they were guarding the future of humanity. "It's time," Richard said, his voice low but certain. "The forces after the orb are closing in. We can't keep hiding forever." Carl nodded, adjusting his jacket. "We can't just sit here and wait for them to find us. If we want to make sure this orb does more good than harm, we need to take the fight to them." Emma stood by the window, peering out at the empty street. "But we need a plan," she said softly, almost as if speaking to herself. "If we go after them, we need to be ready. We can't afford to make mistakes." Douglas looked at each of his friends, his heart swelling with gratitude. They were all in this together, and despite the danger, they had a sense of purpose now, a unity that had been built over months of struggle and sacrifice. "We've done everything we can to prepare," Douglas said, standing up and pacing the room. "We've reached out to the people who believe in the orb's true power. But now, we need to put everything on the line. We need to find the people who are after it and stop them before they can cause any more harm." Lucas, the youngest of the group, clenched his fists, a fire in his eyes. "We've got this. We're not just going to sit back and let them take it. We'll do whatever it takes to protect the orb." There was a quiet nod of agreement from everyone in the room. The time had come. The orb had chosen them, and now it was their turn to protect it from those who would misuse its power. They had to face the forces who had been tracking them for weeks, the shadowy figures who saw the orb as nothing more than a tool to be wielded for their own gain. But it wasn't just about the orb anymore. It was about the people who had joined them on this journey, the kind-hearted strangers who had come to believe in something bigger than themselves, who had opened their hearts to the message of hope that the orb carried. "We need to make sure we're ready for whatever comes," Douglas said, his voice steady and filled with resolve. "Let's get to work." The group moved with a sense of purpose now, the plans they had formulated beginning to take shape. They would split up and meet with their network of allies, the people who had been watching from the shadows, waiting for the right moment to act. They would meet with local leaders, community activists, and former allies of the old order who understood the true power of the orb. The orb, still glowing faintly, rested in the center of the table as a symbol of everything they had worked for. It had brought them together, but now it was time to ensure its future. Douglas felt its weight. He could almost feel its pulse through the air, and he knew that whatever happened next, they had to succeed. The world needed the orb's power, but it needed it to be used with wisdom, not greed. As the group went to work, splitting into smaller teams, Douglas found himself standing alone for a moment, staring at the orb. He thought back to his time on the streets, the nights spent hungry and cold, the moments when he'd felt as though life had nothing left to offer. And yet, the orb had come into his life at just the right time, pulling him from the depths of despair and giving him a chance to make something of himself, to help others who had been in his place. His heart stirred with gratitude. This wasn't just a fight to protect an object. It was a fight to protect everything he had come to believe in, the kindness that had been shown to him, the hope he had found, and the deep belief that the world could be changed if enough people were willing to fight for it. He stood up straight, determination in his eyes. The orb had chosen him, and now he would make sure it fulfilled its true purpose. Hours passed, and as the night wore on, the group finalized their plans. They had arranged for a final meeting with their allies, where they would confront the forces that sought the orb. It would be a dangerous gamble, but it was the only chance they had. The time had come to face their enemies. At dawn the next morning, the group stood together at the edge of the city, watching the sunrise break through the darkness. They had gathered their forces, and now it was time to move. The orb, safely secured, pulsed softly at Douglas's side. The power that radiated from it was undeniable, but it was not just the orb's energy that would carry them through this final battle. It was the strength of their unity, the bond they had formed, and the shared belief in something greater than themselves. "We'll stop them," Emma said, her voice steady. "Together." Douglas looked at her and the rest of the group. "We won't just stop them. We'll change the world." And with that, they set off. The journey to confront their adversaries was not an easy one. As they moved through the city, they could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on them. Each step felt like it carried the weight of the world. Every choice they had made, every person they had helped, had led them here, to this moment. They knew the forces who wanted the orb would not be easy to defeat. They were powerful, ruthless, and willing to do whatever it took to claim what they believed was rightfully theirs. But Douglas and his friends were ready. They reached the meeting spot, a desolate warehouse at the edge of town. The air was thick with tension as they entered, their footsteps echoing off the cold concrete walls. They had no choice but to face their enemies head-on. This was the final stand. Inside, a figure waited, silhouetted against the dim light. The leader of the opposing force, the one who had been orchestrating everything from the shadows. He was tall, his features obscured by the darkness. But Douglas knew this would be the moment that determined the orb's fate. The air in the warehouse was thick with tension, each breath feeling like it could be the last. As Douglas and his group stepped further inside, their shoes echoed on the cold concrete floor. The room seemed to swallow every sound, and for a moment, the world outside felt as distant as another lifetime. Only the dim glow of the orb, safely tucked in Douglas's bag, reminded him that they still held hope. But the orb was more than just a source of light. It was a symbol, the heartbeat of their fight, and the man they were about to face knew it all too well. At the far end of the warehouse stood the figure who had orchestrated everything, the shadowy leader whose desire for power had driven them all into this dangerous game. His name was Victor Hale, a man whose life had been marked by ambition, and whose greed had pushed him into the dark underbelly of the world's most powerful secrets. He was tall, his face hard, with eyes that reflected nothing but cold calculation. The air around him seemed to crackle with dark energy. "So, you've made it," Victor said, his voice smooth, almost too calm for the gravity of the situation. "I must admit, I didn't think you'd get this far. You've been a thorn in my side for too long." Douglas's heart raced, but he stood firm. "This ends today, Victor. We're not letting you have it." Victor chuckled, taking a step forward. His footsteps seemed unnaturally loud in the silence. "You still don't understand, do you?" he said, his voice almost patronizing. "The orb is the key to a new world, a world where I have the power to shape reality itself. What you see as a force of hope is nothing but a tool. It's too dangerous to be in the hands of anyone who doesn't understand its potential." The group gathered together, eyes locked on the man who had brought them here. Each of them felt the weight of the orb, the immense responsibility it carried, pressing against their hearts. But they knew what had to be done. They weren't just fighting for the orb, they were fighting for everyone who had ever felt hopeless, for every person who had ever been downtrodden and forgotten, for the dream of a better world. "You're wrong," Douglas said, his voice steady. The orb isn't a tool to control people. It's a beacon. It's a symbol of everything we've been fighting for. And you're not going to twist it to your will. Victor's eyes narrowed, his gaze becoming more intense. You think you can stop me? He sneered. You've been living in a dream. There's no fighting fate. This world is already mine to control, and all you've done is delay the inevitable. That's where you're wrong, Emma said, stepping forward, her voice full of conviction. It's not fate we're fighting against. It's your twisted vision of power. We won't let you destroy the hope that's been given to us. With a single, almost imperceptible motion, Victor raised his hand. The shadows in the room seemed to respond to his command, swirling around him like dark tendrils, coiling and shifting. The temperature dropped. The air grew thick and heavy. It felt as though the very essence of the room was becoming a part of him. You all talk about hope, but hope isn't enough to change the world, Victor said, his voice dripping with disdain. The orb can do far more than you realize. I'll reshape reality as we know it, and there will be nothing you can do to stop me. He stepped closer, his eyes glowing with a strange intensity. You're just children, pretending to understand power. Let me show you what true strength looks like. With a snap of his fingers, the shadows surged forward, reaching for the group, their forms becoming twisted and monstrous. They clawed at the air, and the room seemed to warp around them. The group barely had time to react as the first wave of shadows reached them. But then, something unexpected happened. The orb, still resting in Douglas's bag, began to pulse. It wasn't a simple glow anymore. It was as if the orb had come to life, its light flooding the room, pushing back against the darkness that Victor had summoned. The shadows recoiled, screeching as they were driven back by the powerful force emanating from the orb. Douglas, feeling the pulse of the orb inside him, knew what he had to do. He reached for it, pulling it from the bag. The orb hummed in his hands, its light growing stronger with each passing second. It wasn't just a source of power. It was a reflection of everything they had fought for, a representation of the strength that came from kindness, unity, and selflessness. You don't understand, Douglas said, his voice rising above the chaos. This isn't power for power's sake. This is about change, real change. The world you want to control is already changing, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Victor's face twisted with fury as the orb's light pushed back against him. No! He roared, his hands flinging out to stop the orb's power. But it was too late. The light grew brighter and brighter, overwhelming him, and the shadows that had gathered around him dissolved into nothingness. The orb's power surged outward, filling the room with a warmth that felt like sunlight after a long storm. For a moment, everything was still, the world holding its breath. Then, as the light began to fade, the shadows were gone. The temperature returned to normal, and the warehouse felt lighter. The dark presence that had filled the space was no longer there. Victor was gone, his plans shattered, his grip on the orb relinquished. The group stood, breathless, looking around them. The orb, now glowing with a steady, peaceful light, was still in Douglas's hands. He could feel its pulse, but it was no longer a force of destruction. It was a symbol of hope, a beacon for the future. We did it, Anne whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. It's over. Douglas smiled, his heart swelling with relief and pride. It's just beginning. Epilogue. A new beginning. The days following the battle were a blur. The group had disbanded briefly to reconnect with their families and friends, to process everything that had happened. But the orb remained with Douglas, a constant reminder of their victory and the responsibility that came with it. The world, as they knew it, was changing. The people who had once felt powerless now felt a glimmer of hope. The orb's light had brought them together, and it was through their unity, their compassion, and their willingness to fight for a better future that they had overcome the darkness. And as for Douglas, he no longer wandered the streets alone. He had found a family in his friends, and together they built something beautiful. The orb was no longer a burden, but a guide, showing them the way forward, reminding them that even in the darkest of times, there was always a light to follow. The orb, ever watchful, pulsed quietly, its light shining not just in Douglas's hands, but in the hearts of everyone it had touched. And the world, slowly but surely, began to change for the better.